Evil Blanket Fish has awoken.
Okay. Back. Looks like everything's coming in. Still not feeling great, but better than yesterday. And we will be continuing with Voice of Cards, the Isle Dragon Wars. Hey, Wabon, how you doing?
Your silly human notions of good and evil mean nothing to us cats!
Hi, everybody!
Hey, Ragnar, how you doing? So yeah, Wabon is playing, I think, the third entry in this series, the Beasts of Burden. This is the first one. It's Isle Dragon Roars, and then I think the second one is Maiden, or like something, a Forsaken Maiden, or something like that. I picked up all three. Let me check what it is. Yeah, it's the Isle Dragon Roar. Technically, it's the Isle Dragon Roar demo, because that's kind of its own little mini adventure that prequels this. And then the Isle Dragon Wars, then the Forsaken Maiden, and then Beasts of Burden. I think they're all standalone though, but that's release order.
Though spared from complete collapse, Ridis's home has been thoroughly scorched. Ridis sits alone in one of its rooms, the air thick with the smell of char. There shouldn't be any fire creatures for miles, she grumbles. She says the monster appeared while she was playing the woodland flute last night.
She probably offended it with how bad her playing is.
As to why any monsters, let alone fire monsters, appeared, well, despite the circumstances, you ask Ridis to lead you out of the bewildering wood as promised. I did promise that, didn't I? She says wearily, rising from her seat. The poor girl is clearly still in shock. Why do you want to venture out beyond the bewildering wood anyway? She inquires, as she gathers this and that in preparation to leave. We are in search of the dragon, you say valiantly, adding, the reward will be significant should we defeat him. Honesty is the best policy. Sounds like a real risky way to make a living, she replies flatly, feigning interest. A group of Ivory Order people came through here just the other day, she
Yeah,
explains.
fuck those guys.
You connect the dots with malice. Those three, you seethe. At last, Ridis is ready to depart for the edge of the bewildering wood.
Okay, so she has poison, but no element. I mean, Mar's nice because he actually has an AoE skill. But other than that, I mean, healer, and she can take advantage of elemental weaknesses. I'm gonna put Ridis in. It'll probably be switching out Mar. Also depends how likely poison is to land on bosses. So I'll at least try her out until I figure that out. But if it's literally just based on the dice roll and then poison does decent damage, that'll probably work out. There it is. No, she's already the fastest one. Oh, that's also what she's currently wearing. Yeah, she's good.
This road takes you to the east side of the bewildering wood, but you'd be hard-pressed to find your way without a woodlander's help, the guard warns. Upon seeing that Ridis is with you, he steps aside and lets you through. eastern portion of the woods certainly does not want for thick, soupy fog.
Yeah, great. We're being hit by these nuts again. Yeah, there's a lot of games that I play that make me want to play D&D, but it's just too hard getting a group together. You know, you have so many people's schedules have to line up.
Wood. Wait just a moment, you lot, calls the voice of an older man from somewhere behind you. Riddis appears to be familiar with him. She calls him Mr. O. Here you are, young lady, he says, handing her a slip of paper. Oh dear. Further, Mr. O explains, Riddis did not have a fire insurance policy at the time of the conflagration, and so she shall have to pay in full.
Yeah, that's always been the case, is that every time I've tried to get a D&D group together within like the past 10 years, it's always been we'll get like maybe 1 or 2 sessions in, and then we can never get another full group. Like every week somebody can't make it for some reason. Like I said, it's just once you get to a certain age, people have so many responsibilities that everybody having 5-6 people together that all have a couple of hours off gets harder and harder.
I'll thank you kindly to pay by the end of the month. Bye now, Mr. O says, receding from view as he returns to the forest. Hee. Riddis lets out a bemused chuckle.
If we make it there.
Her demeanor remarkably calm for what has just transpired. She pulls the woodland flute from her cloak and begins softly playing. Riddis's ear-splitting performance, shall we say, draws monsters out from behind the trees. Within moments, they are nearly upon you.
Oh, so she only needs a 4 off a D10. That's not bad.
Nice work.
I'm pretty sure it's the same guy from Nier, Keiichi Okabe. Him and Yoko Taro like to work together a lot.
That's odd. I must have made a mistake, Riddis says, burying her face in her old book once more.
Yeah, I forget the name, because it's weird. Sometimes he's labeled by name, and sometimes he's labeled by his, like, his sound company. Because, like, he also did the music for Soul Hackers 2, but there it was his company that was credited, not him by name. Oh, was it?
She opens the book to a particular page and thrusts it in your face. You can't tell anyone in the village I let you see this, okay? It's a page of sheet music with a note scrawled beside it that reads, "Play this lucky tune to reverse your financial fortunes and make money woes a thing of the past." No matter how many times I played this last night, our debt never went down, she fumes, incensed. You inspect the page a bit more carefully. Off in a corner, in letters so small as to be illegible, another message reads, "May summon monsters if played incorrectly." You finally see that so long as Ridis holds the flute, this is nothing more than a monster conjuring melody. You snatch the woodland flute from her hands. "You have lost your flute-playing privileges," you inform her. "But I'll never escape from this mountain of debt without it," she cries, clearly still believing in the melody of fortune. Melanie quietly opines that while Ridis is many things, bright is not one of them.
Okay, so listen carefully is a heal, find the singer is money, and who cares is nothing. I don't think we need to heal.
As if drawn in by the voice, you head deeper into the forest. Why won't the right words come?
Oh, this is a different
she
one.
laments, her fingers stopping on the strings. Hearing her sigh, you offer to help her with her song. "Very well then. Please finish this verse," she responds, then begins to sing. You imitate Mars' mule, but the woman just tilts her head to the side in confusion. You pity the poor soul for not comprehending the sheer cuteness of your dear companion. In the end, you gain nothing from the exchange and leave the woman to her song. As you listen closely, you are struck by a sudden dizzy spell. You sense a presence growing closer, but cannot react. The grass rustles, then a monster slowly shows itself from between the blades. It's a harpy. Realizing you've been caught in the harpy's trap, you ready your weapons. For some time after that, you find yourself trembling at the mere sound of a bird's tweet.
Great, now I got PTSD.
Let's do this.
Ooh, no poison. Yeah, no status effects for me on this one.
That was lucky. Let's go middle.
All right, Wabon. Get your errands done. We'll see you later. I've actually got a couple of things I need to do after stream today.
And fight. Fortune favors the bold.
Completely unnecessary critical.
Here, Ritis chirps, pushing overgrown boughs and shrubs aside. As she does, a hidden path out of the bewildering wood comes into view.
Go check what's to the left then.
And fight. Excellent.
Okay, so she has a combo move. She poisons them and then she uses this on them. Oh, it's just a passive? Okay. $281. I need to check to see if people in the back are getting any XP at all. He's at 281. I'll get into another fight and check afterwards.
Fortune favors the bold.
Okay, they do. He got 130 in that. Is that full XP? $130 is a lot. I think that might have been full XP for that fight.
A fiery shout to overcome the cold. Taking your words as ridicule, the woman, how dare you insult my song? You will pay for this atrocity in blood, she exclaims, then attacks.
So saying it's cold is the right answer?
How pitiful I am, brought to my knees in these woods, defeated by savage adventurers. What an epic song that would be. Seemingly satisfied, the woman succumbs to slumber. You decide to part ways from this woman, hopefully never to meet again. About the enemy. Oh?
I think the back line might be getting full XP.
Don't hold back.
Minimum damage. Literally minimum damage.
At last, you are free of the bewildering wood. Praise the power of the Woodlanders, you squeal in admiration of Ridis. She giggles bashfully. You've certainly kept your promise, you say. Thank you for showing us the way. I was hoping I could join you on your quest to defeat the dragon, Ridis suddenly blurts out. She takes out her old book and thrusts another page in your face. This week's creature of fortune is the dragon. Boons may befall those who encounter him. Melanie's jaw goes slack. What is the deal with this book? Melanie asks, bewildered. I can probably pay off my debt if we can just defeat the dragon, Riddish chirps, revealing her true intentions. No, I won't dilute my share of the riches any further. No more additions to the party, you bark. Have you no heart? Are you just going to leave a young, helpless girl like me to drown in an ocean of debt and deal with that crusty old man? Riddish fires back relentlessly. I want to go. No. So goes the endless chorus of your thoroughly unproductive argument. Melanie calmly reminds you that the party in its current form stands little chance of defeating the dragon. See? You need me, Riddish says, sensing an opportunity. Your well-reasoned argument of no thwarted, you nod your head in resignation and welcome Riddish to the party.
I mean, it still kind of looks like a tree. Hey, Ludlow, how you doing?
That was lucky. Let's do this.
Alright, how's that going for you? Damn, no poison.
That was lucky.
Okay, so don't use wind.
Fortune favors the bold.
Damn, that one survived. Money! Gonna have to heal her anyway.
And fight. I was lucky.
No freeze.
An armor-clad knight stands, exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura. The knight faces you and asks, "Might you be challengers?" But after sizing you up for a long moment, his shoulders slump and he mutters, "No, you are not yet ready. Grow strong, young ones," he says, then returns to standing in silence. It appears he awaits a stalwart warrior to challenge him.
Okay, so either he's like an optional boss for the later game, or maybe I need a certain character in the party to fight him.
And fight.
That did not turn out well. Get rid of this guy at least. Oh shit, that thing has 50 defense. Okay, this is already going badly. Okay, they really want her dead.
Nice work.
Okay. Yeah, the limited inventory is starting to kind of be a pain. Yeah,
Let's do this.
I'm getting over being sick right now, but other than that, I'm pretty good.
Don't hold back. Oh? Drawing upon your courage, you toss the janky telescope aside and charge ahead with your friends. But what you saw was only an old woman. You and your friends stumble over one another and barrel straight into her. Ow! Someone shouts. Seems like someone met the wrong end of the knife the woman was holding when you collided. I didn't do it, cries the woman, running off without even a hint of remorse.
Psychotic old women and their knives.
Don't hold back.
Damn it. assuming I can only have one passive active. Oh no. Check the other both.
You come across two men sitting on a rock. They take no notice of you or the party, but you can hear their fervent discussion. You listen in and deduce that they are a pair of thieves. You lean in, trying to hear what else the thieves are talking about. Listen about that loot. Head south from the harbor and cross the mountains. It sounds like they've just... You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away. Don't hold back. Oh?
Okay, he's weak to lightning. That's good to know.
The harbor is closed today. Anyone seeking shoreline should move 3 spaces to the southeast. Look, you two, it's the sea, Ridis exclaims, frolicking in glee. You, on the other hand, trudge along as far as you can from the coast, ignoring the hair sticking to your forehead. Feeling something at your feet, you glance down. There's something underneath your boot. It appears you've stepped on a monster's cape, making it very upset. It attacks you in fury.
Boss music. Hey, that helps.
That was lucky.
Damn, I think that's the first death I've had. I do kind of want charge. Well, I mean, charge spell would only really work or help with thunderstorm. That's the only one where you'd really need it. Actually, it would be better if someone else has a really expensive skill, have her generating gems for them. Yeah, I think I'll just keep the elemental coverage I have.
You hear a roar in the distance. According to the townsfolk, it is a very recent phenomenon. Rumor in the village has it that it might be the dragon. You set foot inside the inn, it would appear you and your companions are this inn's 10,000th customers. That means you've won the lifetime of free stays pass.
So every town we go to, there's going to be some reason why we get to stay at the inn for free. Not that I'm complaining, I'm just wondering how many different reasons they can come up with for it. Yeah, I got enough to equip everybody. Just barely, but I have enough.
There is a sign on the door. Not home. Come back later. The man says the fishing industry is usually thriving in their seaside town, but recently nets have been coming up empty. He mentions that even the fishing harbor to the northwest has been suffering from poor hauls of late. I can feel the dragon's presence. I must inform Lady Winifred, the knight mutters. You feel impatient, determined not to let the order beat you to it. A troubled woman tells you that there has been a rise in thefts lately. She speculates the recession to be the cause. She claims that even the cold medicine she always has on hand has disappeared.
Oh, they're making meth.
She narrows her eyes at the crowd, suspecting there is a thief among them, and offers a reward for the return of the medicine. Your ears perk up at the word reward, and you immediately agree to help expose the dirty thief.
The guy from the Ivory Order. They're all scumbags. Guess not.
You approach a woman sneaking around in a corner of town. Hearing your voice, she turns in surprise. You see a vial of cold medicine clutched in her hands. You explain that the person she stole it from needs it back. The woman begins to explain her own situation with downcast eyes. My poor little boy is bedridden, she says tearfully. He needs medicine, but I don't have any money, so I took it. Hearing her tale, you are overcome by sympathy and decide to look the other way.
I just wanted to see what it said, but I guess I held it for too long.
She thanks you and hands you something, apologizing for not having more.
Six. Damn, we skipped a couple.
Medicine in hand, the woman leaves quickly. Now then, what to tell the other lady?
Yeah, we skipped 4 and 5. But then I think we also weren't supposed to come here till later, so... This game's rigged. Okay, he's bullying the other guy, not me. It's fucking rigged. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna win this. Yeah, I'm not gonna get another turn. He's got way more cards than me. Or way more points. Unless he, like, gets rid of one of his good ones and trades it out for this. Yeah.
Don't let it get you down. Come play again, says the boy, waving.
I also need to check to see, I'm not sure if the rewards are based on what rule set you're using, or if it's like different rewards per town. I'd probably have a better chance of winning by not using skills or events. Like if it's just per town, I'll just play the base game because that's less RNG. But if it's per rule set, then yeah, that's... I'm just gonna get fucked over by RNG even more. I don't really need anything right now. Elsewhere, another boy masked his own body issues by teasing another. Fearing retribution, he too bulked up. Thus did the world gain two absolutely ripped men. It was a quick hire. Her gentle disposition was set to attract a few more customers, they figured. No one was prepared for the crush of customers that ensued. Her hiring was ultimately a failure. The damages wrought by her carelessness far outweighed the profits and left the store in shambles. Though the vast majority are killed when they're young, those few that do survive into adulthood reportedly grow large enough to swallow villages whole. That's big slime. Slimes have learned how to wield human weaponry. Most who have taken them lightly were paid with their lives. Well, learn to wield is perhaps overstating things. They still primarily attack by ramming their gooey body into their enemies, but now they do so while brandishing a sword. Red fungos are fiercely territorial, killing all who set foot in their land and turning the corpses into red fungo colonies. Forest creatures fear their swelling ranks. Forest dwellers so covet the red fungo as a health food that they leave monster carcasses in the forest and return to collect them once the fungos are colonized. Seeing as they produce poison within their bodies for protection, these guys are anything but fun. Factor in their tough flesh and you have a meal even the omnivores avoid. So many chefs have tried and failed to come up with a way to render these creatures edible that each new poisoning elicits little more than an eye roll from the physician on duty. As these little fluffs mature, their fur grows until it covers their faces. As this is quite the existential threat, they entice other monsters to trim their fur so they can see. Oh, I didn't fight enough of them. Goblins love pranks by nature and frequently leap out in front of adventurers they suspect will make good playmates. Sadly, this tends to leave them battered and bruised. Goblins who gain wisdom of age find ways to slip into the fabric of human life, so yes, that old man gambling with children in the square might well be a goblin in disguise. Activated by violence, umbral goblins relish using weapons that maim their enemies and are said to be elated by the sound and sensation of cracking their enemies' bones. It seems incessant bullying from their supposed mates is what snapped these goblins. Perhaps humans are not the only ones preoccupied with fitting into society at large. The careless manner in which ogres brandish their large stone axes make them very dangerous indeed. Most monsters flee the instant they hear an ogre's footfall. Ogres spend their days endlessly training deep in their caves, lest their compatriots mock them for being too scrawny. Listen carefully in any woodland and you're bound to hear the methodical tap-tapping of these little fellows' wooden mallets. Monsters consider them mastercraft orcs. Night after night, the orc children scour the corpses of the monsters they have killed, searching for the raw materials necessary to make their next instrument of death. Orc wildlings are a short-tempered lot who heap scorn on any creature weaker than themselves. Most often they can be found attempting the theft of money or equipment. Haven't fought enough. Creatures of all sorts flock to these gentle giants of the forest, no doubt thanks to the pleasing warmth emanating from the energy stored within their hollows. Treants draw a steady stream of energy from the earth, so steady in fact forests of these animated trees have been said to bleed the land dry, leaving naught but a barren waste. Treants are the tender, loving elders of the forest, well versed in the laws of nature yet itinerant, never staying in any one forest long enough to put down roots. When treants cross paths on their travels, they each break off a branch to graft onto one another. Thus are the memories and the rings of each branch passed down and preserved. Hyrule Wolf. The flames engulfing these wolves are said to burn until the wolf perishes. As such, one nation took to engraving the beast on talismans as a symbol of long life. I think I only fought one of those as part of an event. Dryads believe themselves the belle of the forest ball, so to speak. On the night of the full moon, they have been known to hold concerts deep in the heart of the forest. I thought I fought several of those. Wasn't enough. A powerful curse clings to the bones of these former humans which pry themselves from the grave in search of release. Dispel the curse and render them a pile of ordinary bones. There once was a couple consumed by an ill-fated love, only to be reunited in undeath. So overjoyed were they at their good fortune that they both passed into a sweet eternal slumber. I think it was on a pirate software short or something, but it was basically someone kind of had like a shower thought type thing where they were saying that skeletons attack people because they're trying to free their brothers. Since we're basically like, you know, skeletons wrapped in meat. That we're essentially putting other skeletons in prison and they attack us because they're trying to free them. Naria's soul has ever laid eyes on a male harpy, for they confine themselves to the nest and raise the young while the females are off hunting. With staggering magical prowess at theirs at last, the lost souls regained a modicum of humanity. They gazed upon their skeleton forms of despair and vowed to become human once more. These humanoid lizards rarely hesitate to attack, for they see each and every passing adventurer as an opportunity to prove themselves in battle. Lizard warriors are battle-hardened creatures who thrill at the thought of fighting a powerful foe, nigh unshakable when unarmed. Aqua Rock. All who lay eyes on Aqua Rocks are taken in by their beauty, only for the spirit within to devour their souls in service to further polishing its vessel. Yeah, that's all the stories we've accumulated so far. Back to exploring. Since we're probably not supposed to be here yet.
Don't hold back. And the bot. Minimum damage. It's a pretty good move. You pick up a scrap of paper dropped by some manner of monster. It has a message scrawled on it in crude lettering.
Where see the sea. Stolen treasure. Harbor Peninsula, where see the sea.
Clearly, whoever dropped this, you stashed the scrap of paper in your pack and resolved to keep an eye out for the treasure on your travels.
It's two of them that are using the harbor as a reference point. It's not weak to fire.
That was lucky. work.
Yeah, I'm probably supposed to come here for the story later. Just keep uncovering the overworld. Okay, then.
Fight.
Since we got bolt damage up.
Let's do this. Something's catching the sunlight just so. You move closer to get a better look at it. You find a chest lodged in the hollow of a tree. Something about this feels familiar. Sure enough, this is the location those thieves mentioned when you were eavesdropping. Quite convinced you've found their stash, you open the chest with a self-satisfied smirk on your face.
Let's try out this for a bit.
Something comes rocketing down from the mountaintop. There and gone in a flash. What was that? Your friends insist it was probably just a rock, but you're convinced it was a monster, and you could prove it. The rock adroitly avoids crashing into anything as it falls. Only monsters can move like that. Your friends breathe a sigh of relief as the monster hurtles ever farther away. fight. And fight.
Can't remember what they're weak to. Oh, I guess it's fire. No, it's not weak to fire. It just... Oh. Just not even worry about elements anymore. Yeah, let's see what you got. Nah, I don't really need anything.
A monster appears. Rather, you approach it, because the poor thing's paralyzed from head to toe. You may be able to aid it by administering some curative. You take pity on the creature and administer some curative. Able to move once more, it makes a clumsy attempt at a bow, and then it is gone.
That might be another good deed card if we run into it again.
A monster appears. It sees an opening and lunges at you. Before it can reach you, another monster leaps into its path. Is this creature protecting you? The two monsters engage in a ferocious battle. You watch, perplexed. Why are they fighting each other? At last, the monster that first lunged towards you flees. Your protector, grievously wounded, collapses to the ground and is still. The creature at death's door hands you a small cloth pouch and breathes its last. You find a considerable number of coins packed inside the pouch. You gaze upon the creature's lifeless body. It looks rather like a monster you cured of paralysis once. The party affords the creature a proper burial and prays for its safe passage into the afterlife.
I wonder if it would have lived longer if we had just left it paralyzed. That might be better than the poison.
You did great. And fight.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
There is nothing you need to buy, so you pass by without paying it any mind.
Well, there's where we're supposed to go.
Let's head to you. With a whoosh of displaced air, something shoots across the path right in front of you. What is that thing? Glancing in the direction it went, you see some sort of bottle on the ground. It's a bottle of medicine, just like you thought. It'd be a waste to just leave it there, so you pick it up and put it in your pack.
Oh, so much for provoking. Unless it literally only lasts the one turn. Yeah, it only lasts the one turn. So for bosses, I need to put regeneration on him first and then provoke. Or just provoke and have the other one heal him when need be.
About the enemy.
I explored everything? Well, there's the harbor. Stolen treasure, Harbor Peninsula, Where see the sea. I'm not sure that's really a peninsula, though. Kind of need to be able to zoom out to see if it actually is a peninsula or not.
Can't go in there. About the enemy. That was lucky. About the enemy.
Did even less than usual. It's funny how with attack down, he did more damage than he did with attack up. Motherfucker.
You spy a rather large number of monster prints on the ground. A wry smile plays across your lips as you remove the scrap of paper from your pack.
Finally found it.
You pull from your pack the note a monster dropped near the musty tower. You feel around in the grass for a few moments before your hand strikes something surprisingly firm. The scrap of paper tells no lies. You greedily open the chest.
$3,000. We rich. Alright. No, we mapped everything and we found the treasures that were hidden, so let's go where the story tells us to.
You see something approaching from up ahead. A monster, Melanie shouts, readying for battle. Mr. Flobby, get back here. It's dangerous out there, a young girl chides, taking the creature back to the village. It seems you've finally arrived at Unionville, a village where humans and monsters live together in peace. What a weird place, remarks Ridis lightheartedly. I like it. We aren't staying a moment longer than necessary, says an unsettled Melanie, her distaste for monsters plain on her face.
Alright.
Any travelers with magical little critters can stay for free, the innkeeper informed.
Just about to say, what is their reasoning for giving us the inn for free this time?
The long-standing pronouncement on the welcoming of all magical creatures also applies to you and your party.
I doubt there'll be any armor upgrades because I'm pretty sure the place that we bought them at before is like the next upgrade. Yeah. A couple things are the same, and then there's others that were downgrades.
The woman frowns deeply, claiming the cakes she bought for her beloved furball have all been eaten by someone else. A quiet furball sits with crumbs around its mouth. The child says his monster friend left the village suddenly to go back home. He claims the headman told him that he could go home when he grew up too. The little orc child pouts, but I don't know where my home is. You ask the old man if he knows anything about the dragon. No, sir, he answers. All I know is that it brings more trouble to this already troubled world. But our headman is a wise and worldly man. He might know something, he remarks, pointing at a house not far away. The little goblin sulks as he gazes upon the withering flowers he tried so desperately to take care of. He looks at you with tears in his eyes, silently begging you for help. They must be thirsty, you think to yourself. Then douse the flowers.
Give him some
in water
Brondo.
until...
Brondo has what plants crave. It's got electrolytes.
Stop, stop, the goblin shrieks angrily. You're drowning them. If it were that easy, the goblin says, he would have done it himself. You search your bag for salve, but come up empty-handed.
I have to go buy some to see if it works.
A young boy wanders up to your group in wide-eyed wonder. You surmise his curiosity stems from the lack of travelers visiting the village. You realize you are right when he assails you with questions about your origins and adventures. The Inquisition leaves you exhausted. However, does your mouth become so filthy, Mr. Flobby? Sighs the girl as she wipes the slime clean. Clearly embarrassed, Mr. Flobby murmurs, "That's not my mouth."
Hey, gotta clean up after your pets.
The little orc child is engrossed in a fairy tale. The title reads, The Legend of the Dragon. You take a peek into the picture book and come across a passage that piques your interest. To where, you wonder, then recall that this is merely a fairy tale. The village headman is a renowned gourmet, and rumor has it he only dines on the finest foods. The man says he wishes he too could have such a lavish meal just once in his life, his deep desire for delicacies only growing with time. Wow, a new friend, and so big too, the furball exclaims in glee as it rushes over to Mar. Mar stares off into the distance as the furball snuggles up to his leg. For some reason, Riddis joins in on the cuddling. Lately, a suspicious man cloaked in black has been seen wandering about the village outskirts. The old woman looks at Melanie and remarks that he was dressed just like her.
One salve, please. Just in case, maybe there's, I don't know, something better if you use a better quality one.
You pour the salve onto the flowers, and they stand up tall. The goblin cries out in happiness and thanks you for your help. He then holds something out to you. The goblin stares lovingly at the beautiful flowers and gobbles them up. Healthy flowers are the tastiest, he proclaims in glee. Did he grow those flowers just to eat them?
I'm missing 4. Where do I get 4? Oh, damn, we gotta go all the way back to Riddis' town for it. I missed it. I hope it's not missable, but yeah, I definitely missed it. Apparently something that you can't do until after you put out the fire at Riddis' house. Mystery card 4. I just looked it up. Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't, it's not available when you first get there. You have to recheck everybody after a big event, which the big event being after you put out the fire. Can you just go across? Nope. I hope not. You need another salve, though. Yeah, because I got 6 in the town that I jumped ahead for, and then when I got to the town that I was supposed to go to, I got 5, but I was missing 4.
You follow the curious sounds to their source, our resident well water lover, digging at the dry well with his bare hands. He digs and digs, but no water is forthcoming. What's worse, he has injured his hand in the process. Melanie beseeches you to help the poor man. But well digging was forbidden by our ancestors long ago. You've heard the legends, you protest. How is that the best lie you can come up with? She snaps back, appalled. The man turns towards you both, oblivious to the squabble playing out before him. Do you have any salve that might ease my pain, he asks. You hand the man some salve. The instant he applies it to his hands, he resumes his furious digging, this time punctuated with shouts of "I feel incredible." Not long after that, water erupts from the ground with a force unlike any you've seen. He sidles up to the jet of water and begins drinking from it as one would from a fountain. He is once again in his element. The man hands you mysterious card 4 to show his appreciation for the salve.
There we go. Alright, I'm up to 6. Apparently 7 is another tricky one, because when I put in the search, 7 was immediately the one that popped up. So I imagine people have searched for it a lot. Alright, so we tried the first 2.
You shout the words in a loud voice. The woman's mouth, the words are so plain, perhaps overly so, which is precisely why they pierce the heart, she says, your cheap words somehow resonating with her. She entreats you to let her use your lyrics. Imagining the royalties, you happily agree.
At least backtracking isn't that bad.
Travelers, you hear a voice call from somewhere. Down here, at thy feet, you look down to see a small clump of fur by your boots. The clump of fur speaks. I am Lappy, and I should like to journey forth with thee. Lappy the furball looks at you with amiable expectations. Of course, the more the merrier, you exclaim, pumping your fist energetically into the air. But Melanie coldly interjects, "No, I can't trust monsters." Thoroughly rejected by Melanie, Lappy bursts into tears. Lappy says he has no friends because of his aged face and speech. All alone, he decided to leave the village on a journey. Your party is silenced by the crying child with the face of a grown man. You tell Melanie to be nice and quip that both she and Lappy could use a friend. Exhausted from arguing with you, Melanie half-heartedly agrees. Fine, we can be friends. However, she says that they are on a dangerous journey to defeat the dragon. As such, they cannot take a child with them. Lappy leaps up and hugs her in his excitement, exclaiming, "Thou hast made me so happy." Till next time, Melanie says, peeling Lappy off of her and placing him on the ground. Though she thought all monsters to be evil, Melanie feels that the ones here are different. Finally, a friend. You bow, but before you can speak, the man suddenly introduces himself as the village headman. He laughs, then shamelessly praises his own village as being wondrous and peaceful. "And who are you?" he asks. After explaining that you are on a quest to defeat the dragon, the headman invites you to rest your feet a bit in his village. He says that he had heard rumors of the dragon when he traveled the world. "You must be tired from your journey. Have a seat. I will have my chef prepare a feast," the headman says, then claps his hands twice to summon a stewardess. Extravagant dishes that you have never seen before are placed on the table before you, each one looking more delicious than the last. "You're drooling," Melanie scowls. You hadn't even noticed. You wipe your mouth with your sleeve, then gasp as you turn to Mar. Perhaps in an attempt to hold himself back, Mar is gnawing on the table corner. There, we'll eat soon," you reassure Mar while gently stroking his head. The doors fly open in the next instant, and a girl runs in. With tears in her eyes, she tells you that her dear companion, Mr. Flobby the Slime, is missing. The headman's eyes go wide in surprise. "We must find that slime right away," he says anxiously. "You are starving, but it doesn't look like you'll be able to partake of the feast before you because of Mr. Flobby's disappearance." "We will find your slime, and then we feast," you add quietly. Melanie reminds you that you are here to get clues about the dragon from the headman. What's the difference? Literally everything. Hunger taking its toll, you two begin to argue. "Brave heroes," the headman interjects, then bows his head. "Would you please find her slime?"
I'm guessing it's in that
The
cave.
story has hit a standstill until you find the missing Mr. Flobby. You need to hear the whole story from the young girl. Melanie's friend Lappy is here. Lappy cuddles up to Melanie. Despite her hatred of monsters, Melanie doesn't seem to mind. The girl sobs, wailing about the missing Mr. Flobby. Melanie places her hand atop the girl's head and promises that your party will find her companion. The girl then hands something to Melanie. It looks like the muddy handkerchief she used to wipe Mr. Flobby. She asks Melanie to wipe Mr. Flobby with it after you find him. The girl claims to have searched the village but cannot find her friend anywhere. Regardless, looking aimlessly outside the village would be a waste of time. You decide to collect more information in the village. She says she saw a suspicious man in black with a slime outside the village not long ago. She claims they went northwest together. Did that man take Mr. Flobby? You resolve to leave the village in search of the pair.
To the cave. So it's time for me to take my break. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll be back in 5, and then we will... What does that say? I think it says Nameless Shrine, but I can barely make it out. But yeah, I'll be back in 5. back. Yep, Nameless Shrine. Let's find the slime.
Though a torch is not strictly necessary, it would certainly help you find your way through the dimly lit shrine. Your footing is obscured in the dimness of the shrine. You should probably proceed with. You go forth slowly but steadily, taking it one step at a time. You take a good look at the floor and see it lined in trails of viscous liquid. No doubt a slime or 200 have passed through here. It looks like poor Mr. Flobby is being held captive by the Mystery Man. Hand over that slime, you shout to the man in the dark. You speak as if I kidnapped him, he remarks, curtly turning to face you. When your eyes finally adjust to the surrounding darkness, you realize the man's clothes look eerily similar to Melanie's. Melanie's mouth falls open in surprise. It seems the man has noticed Melanie as well. It looks like the two know each other. The man says that he and Melanie came from the same village, where this was their native dress. The man's revelation makes you realize that you know almost nothing about Melanie's past. You ask Melanie about her hometown, but she holds her tongue. Then the man speaks. With forbidden magic, our clan has ensured the dragon, he begins, when Melanie cuts in. She rattles on about the man, telling you that he is Vince, a lunatic obsessed with the dragon. Vince resentfully claims that he is searching for the noble dragon to protect it. You ran away from home with your tail between your legs, he ridicules. Enraged, Melanie lunges at Vince. You have so many questions, but realize that the most pressing matter is getting Mr. Flobby back. So you ready for battle? Careful, he won't go down easy. fight, Vince asks, "Do you know the truth about that village?" The headman may look like a nice old man, but he keeps those little monsters around too. He begins, but before he can finish, Winifred, Hedwyn, and Berwyn of the Ivory Order appear.
Can we kick their asses now?
The three brush you aside, fixing their attention on Vince. "So you are the one who disturbs the peace," they exclaim, then charge at him. The Ivory Order and that false justice they serve are the true evil here. He retaliates, fighting back. Seeing the two parties occupied with each other, you realize this is your chance to grab Mr. Flobby. Perhaps wary of humans, Mr. Flobby dashes out when you draw near. Vince is on equal footing with the three from the Order. You realize then that he wasn't fighting in earnest against you earlier. Engrossed in their battle, the combatants pay you no mind. When you reach out to grab Mr. Flobby, he suddenly attacks. Lower Mr. Flobby's stamina to calm him down. Exhausted from the fight, the raging Mr. Flobby finally stops attacking. But it seems he hasn't yet come to his senses. He glares warily at your party. Find something to help return Mr. Flobby to normal. You wipe Mr. Flobby's mouth with the handkerchief you received from the girl. Then you hear a quiet voice speak. "That's not my mouth," Mr. Flobby murmurs bashfully. It looks like the girl's familiar scent on the handkerchief returned him to normal. Having regained his senses, Mr. Flobby heads back to the village. You place the increasingly sticky handkerchief in your bag. Lappy approaches and tells you that Mr. Flobby has returned. The girl is ecstatic that Mr. Flobby is finally back home. "I'm happy for you," Melanie says with a smile as she returns the handkerchief. The girl bows her head and thanks you deeply. Mr. Flobby looks as slimy as ever. You just hope it's a happy slime. The headman wants us to bring Mr. Flobby to him. Would you mind, you ask? Of course not. But bring him back soon, she answers with a bright smile. I am so happy to see you safe and sound, the headman exclaims, giving Mr. Flobby a hug. You explain everything that happened, including the incident with Vince and the Ivory Order. He expresses his relief that the Order will be taking care of the criminal. He then thanks you for your hard work and instructs his stewardess to prepare dinner for your party. You can feel your collective mouths watering at the sight of the lavish meal before you. You, Mar, and Ridis immediately dig in. You aren't sure where you find a moment to breathe among all the feasting. Please, eat to your heart's content, the headman insists with a smile. Once your belly is full, you realize that Mr. Flobby is gone. And then... Room for dessert? The headman asks, offering you a plate of slimy jelly. You feel your stomach churning at the very sight of it. The color strikes you as familiar, and the stickiness sends a shiver down your spine. Is this Mr. Flobby? You ask the headman, your voice trembling in disbelief. The headman looks at you with a plain expression, one that holds no malice. Is that a problem? He questions back. This dish is a masterpiece, he remarks with a light-hearted chuckle as he gazes at the jelly. And I have you brave heroes to thank for it. Had you not brought that slime back, we would not be able to enjoy this exquisite dessert. You move to leave, but the headman stops you. I try to get my meat while it's still young and tender, but at least your pet is very plump, he remarks, licking his lips. He points at Mar and asks, would you consider leaving that creature here with me?
No.
Never, you refuse flatly, not bothering to hide your discomfort.
He is my tank.
Think about it, he entreats. And then you grab the headman by his lapels, hands trembling in fury. You pummel the headman with all your might. Curled up on the ground, the headman groans in pain, but insists that monsters were meant to be eaten. You hug Mar tightly, reassuring him that you will not hand him over to anyone. Mar looks at you with his round eyes and mews softly. You meet eyes with the rest of your party and reach a tacit agreement. Together, you all stand and leave. As you are about to leave the headman's house, though, the old man suddenly charges at you from behind. But Mar, the keener of you two, is quick to block his path. With a crash, Mar and the headman tumble to the ground. From the headman's hand falls a small blade. It clatters to the ground, covered in blood. You take the injured Mar to an inn where you can watch over him. You gaze at the unconscious Mar with concern. Despite the shallow wound, no amount of medicine seems to rouse Mar from the bed. I heard that my friends were in danger, so I came as quickly as I could, Lappy says. As he reaches Mar's bedside, he leans over and licks his wound. This is what-you-call-it extract, he shouts.
Oh, whatchamacallit, that's a brand of candy bar. So obviously Mar is diabetic and fell into a coma from the excess sugar.
He explains that it is a poison extracted from a certain monster. If it enters the body, it drastically reduces one's stamina. Hearing those words, you realize the headman's blade must have been coated in this poison. Mar's condition starts to make sense. Isn't there anything we can do? Melanie asks. Lappy's eyes widen in realization before he places his mouth over Mar's wound and begins sucking. He then puts the what-you-call-it extract into a bottle and hands it to you. Lappy says that if you follow the road south of the village, you will reach Shoreland. He tells you to give the extract to the famous nutritionist there. Realizing that you are at fault for this, you don't hesitate to undertake the quest.
The problem being that he already wanted to eat Mar, and we're now leaving him unconscious and in a coma in this town to go to a different town. I'm not expecting good things when we come back.
But this is strange. The extract comes from a monster, so it should have no effect on one, Lappy remarks with a curious tilt of his head.
Traveling gourmand in his younger days, the headman has long been fond of monsters, so much so he founded Unionville where humans and monsters coexist. Looks don't tell the whole story. Even the most inedible-looking things can harbor incredible flavors, the headman explains, his table filled with dishes never before seen. Though they share a birthplace, Vince's magical might far outstrips Melanie's. He is now the dragon's stalwart companion and is ever wary of the Ivory Order. Little boy loves climbing trees, just you watch. Today he's gonna climb the big tree in the square. Little boy loves his big sister. Today he's gonna climb a tree, have a look-see in his sister's room. Okay. That's some Alabama. A day passed, he didn't wear his hair or arrange his clothes just the way she liked. She was the prettiest girl in the village, and one day he was sure she'd notice him. Before long, the village was full of men who dressed the same and wore their hair the exact same way. She ceased to be able to tell any of them apart. Oh, those I've already seen. So the blacksmith is in league with thieves. He sends thieves out to rob customers that look weak, and then sells them weapons to defend themselves against thieves. Service with a smile, they always say. Well, I think I've got something that'll cure this poor customer. Look at him, shaking like a leaf. I'm sure there's something sinister, but I'm not quite putting it together. Like, there probably is something it's hinting at. Maybe it's bad translation. Like, I'm sure there's got to be something fucked up involved in it.
I thought a beast of that size would eat us out of house and home, she remarks, no doubt talking about Mar.
It's fucking cheating again. Oh, fuck you. Even though there's practically no way I can win now. Fuck off! Even though there's no way I can win now, I can't just, end this. At every button, there's no button to just fucking give up and start over. Yeah, sure, fuck me harder. Let's see what it gets me. Yeah, nothing. Thanks. Awesome. Yeah, sure. Let's take the 1, 2, 3. It's so not gonna fucking help. I'm gonna get one more turn at most. There's no way I can catch up to the fucker that's got 60 something. 65. I need 41 points in one turn. It's not gonna fucking happen. Sure. Yay. It's fucking over. Got completely fucked out of winning. And even if there were more cards, I would have had to lose my next turn. Just insult to injury. Fucking bullshit, Vegas dealer cheating bullshit. New chapter. Spoilers, they're showing the guys we're gonna meet before we get there.
The sign on the door reads, "The Great Nutritionist Oreo." You open the door without knocking. Is anyone home, you call? A muscular man emerges from the back.
It's the Liver King. The guy that said he looked like that from eating raw meat. And then turns out he was spending like $5,000 a month on steroids.
You politely ask if he is the nutritionist.
Like, I think that's literally supposed to be him. Go ahead and pull up a picture. The only difference is his hair isn't really blonde, but I'm pretty sure there was a time where his hair was like lighter. Let's see if I can find one of those. This is probably the closest. Okay. So that... That's just it. I feel like this is like I feel like this is supposed to be a reference to him. Because I think this came out right around the time when he was, like, getting really popular. Before he kind of got, you know, disgraced. Because that was his whole thing, was he was talking about how, like he's, like, in his 40s or 50s. And he looks like that, and he kept saying it was all because of his diet, because he ate raw meat, and, like, they called him the Liver King because he first got from eating raw liver. He had all these videos of him eating raw meat, and that's how he got that way. And then it finally turned out that was like, no, they found out. They found the receipts where he was, like, spending thousands of dollars each month on steroids to look like that. Which surprised no one. Pretty much everybody guessed that, you know, to look like that at that age, you have to be on something. But he kept saying, no, it's because of my diet. So I just think it's kind of funny that they have a nutritionist that looks very similar to him in this. And like I said, around that time, this was around the time when he was really big.
Indeed, I am the nutritionist Oreo, he answers. He says he has been studying dietetics here for many years. You hand Oreo the extract and explain that your comrade is now bedridden because of it. He stares at the extract for a long time, and then opens the bottle and laps at the liquid inside. That's poison, Melanie shouts in alarm. The man insists that he'll be fine with his expertise of nutrition, and insists that knowledge is power, as if that will help somehow. Regardless, it seems he managed to grasp the composition of the poison with that lick, and starts concocting a nutritional supplement to counter it. However, he says he needs a spry fish, which has been difficult to catch lately. He needs a special fish to make the necessary supplement. When he explains that you can catch one in the surrounding sea, Ridis confidently interjects. She shows you a page from her ancient tome, which explains the ecology of the fish in detail. That book comes in handy from time to time, Melanie remarks in surprise. Oreo gasps as if remembering something. He says that his son went out fishing and, with a bit of luck, may have already caught a spry fish. It sounds like his son is fishing on the wharf. You decide to go find him.
Tones, the most familiar flute, pull this lively young lady away from her fruit-gathering chores and toward our merry band of rogues. She carries a book she has read many, many times before and is never happier than when she has the time to let its pages carry her away to its soaring visions of the future. Is it like one of the books from Nier?
You see a young man with his line in the water and call out to him. He turns around and flexes, shouting out suddenly, "Power is power." You stare, enchanted by his bulging musculature. There is no doubt in your mind that this is Oreo's son. He asks if you have business with him. Though you are pretty sure of the answer, you ask the young man if he is the nutritionist's son. That I am, he answers. He introduces himself as Bruno and says he is learning to be a nutritionist like his father. You introduce yourself, expressing to him that you are a hero on a journey and require a spry fish to save your ill comrade.
I don't know if he's a reference to someone else. He doesn't look familiar to me, but yeah, the other guy jumped out to me as soon as I saw him. Like, nutritionist that looks like this.
His eyes begin to sparkle the moment you utter the word hero, and he becomes engrossed in your tale. More or less grasping the situation, he regrets to inform you that he has not caught any spry fish yet. He says that a monster has settled near their town, and its thundering roars have scared most of the fish away. You know Oreo needs a spry fish to make that supplement. Hearing the despair in your voice, Bruno speaks, his words like an ember in the dark. He tells you that there is a harbor near town where fishermen gather. Perhaps you can find the fish you seek there. You thank him for the information, then head to the harbor with your comrades. Just as you are about to leave, Bruno offers to escort you there. Is it a reward you're after? You are about to ask, but Melanie smacks you on the head before you can voice it and allows him to come along.
Oh, new party member. Let's see what he does. Decrease water damage. Okay, so he's a buffer. And I'm pretty sure I have an extra ring of protection.
Bruno looks ecstatic that he was allowed to join your party. When you ask him why, he tells you that his dream is to be an adventurer and has thus been training every day. But his father, famed in the world of nutrition, forced him into following in his footsteps. One desires strength, the other knowledge. Unable to see eye to eye, the two fight nearly every day. What will you ask Bruno? Curious about his attire, you ask why he does not wear armor.
Except he is wearing armor. I just bought him some.
He confessed that he once wished for armor, but deemed it unnecessary after gaining so much muscle. You ask Bruno about his sword arm, saying you are something of a swordsman yourself. Bruno replies that he specializes in hand-to-hand combat, then flexes his bulging biceps as proof. Apparently, he only carries around a sword to look like an adventurer. In that moment, you realize something. While his passion for being an adventurer is true, he is dumber than a sack of rocks. The words "birds of a feather flock together" run through your mind, but you quickly chase them away, afraid of what that means for you.
Yes, join our jolly band of idiots. At the harbor.
He has been fishing for several days, having decided not to return home empty-handed. He hopes his wife and child back in Shoreland are well. The woman says she has been waiting here for days, worried about her husband, who has yet to return.
It's very, very 2B. Muscle Maiden. Day begins early for this aspiring adventurer. Each and every day he rises with the sun and gulps down a helping of a custom supplement made by his father. Ario develops various supplements at his nutrition clinic in Shoreland, a few of which he even gave to the royal family in lieu of tax once, or so he claims. I want to be cute and stylish, sure, but I really want to live happily ever after. Visions of a ring with a big old diamond on it dance in my dreams. Nobody gave me that ring. Do you know what I did? Well, just look at these muscles. Aren't they cute? And they shine brighter than any diamond.
Lately, a monstrous roar has been disturbing the seas and scaring away all the fish. He sighs, lamenting that his catches have been poor as a result. A rough-tempered piscator
That's a
stands
big baby.
there, having just returned from fishing. Mars' fate rests upon this man's haul. Terrible, he says, showing you the few fish he's caught. Inside, you see a spry fish, Bruno shouts. You ask him if you can have the spry fish, but he says he won't give it up for free.
Come on, you schmuck.
The Piscator is shocked by your outburst. What did you say? The Piscator roars, and you immediately hide behind Melanie. The man is enraged by the rude response. Just then, Bruno prances forth and shouts, "Stop right there! Your fisherman muscles are simply sublime," he exclaims. He challenges the man to a competition of muscles with the spry fish as the prize. The Piscator seems interested and agrees on one condition. If you lose, you must become my servant. This one's all yours, Melanie says, patting you on the shoulder. Then let the carnival of might and muscles begin, Bruno roars, completely fired up. Your puny body is no match for mine, the Piscator shouts back, throwing a punch.
Alright, we gotta fight the big baby. Damn, 50. Damn, this guy's better than me. Except that his defense sucks.
It feels like watching a bodybuilder competition. A battle of beefiness. His victory sealed, Bruno strikes a glorious pose and shouts out, "Witness the power of power." Defeated, the Piscator hands over the spry fish to Bruno. Bruno extends a hand to the Piscator, who has fallen to his knees. With a serene smile, he takes the offered hand. An unspoken friendship begins to form between the two. Or at least, you hope that's what the prolonged silence between them means. With the spry fish in hand, you head back towards Oreo's clinic. Bruno looks at your group sadly, reluctant for this little adventure to end. You hand the fish to Oreo and ask him to make you the supplement. "Give me a moment," he says, then takes the fish and heads into the back. "It's ready," he says, emerging from his room and handing you a bottle. You hope this will get Mar back on his feet. You need to get back to Unionville on the double. But before that... you face Bruno and say, "Take care," then run off. But Bruno stops you and says he wants to journey with you just a little longer. But Oreo is quick to douse the flames of his desire. "You will stay here and study," he commands. "Then you leave me no choice." Bruno's expression reads as he raises both hands behind his head and squats at hyper speed. "I want to show this power to the world," Bruno proclaims to his father.
He's teabagging in defiance.
"You have much to learn, my son," Oreo retorts as he starts sidestepping at breakneck speed. Only the sound of their labored breathing and bodies moving resonates through the otherwise silent room. You can only look on in stunned silence at the enigmatic display.
30 minutes. So 30 minutes they're just flexing on each other.
Bruno falls to his knees, panting. "This is my limit." "You have grown, my son," Oreo says, looking no worse for wear. "So are you coming with us or not?" Melanie interjects, ever the blunt one. "Only our muscles know the answer," comes Bruno's cryptic reply. "I don't get it," Ridis remarks frankly.
Bruno is already reminding me a lot of Joachim from Shadow Heart's Covenant. Just a big, beefy moron.
On the condition that he study nutrition upon his return, Bruno is allowed to go with you for just a little while longer. You realize that these two have a very special way of talking that no one else can understand. Hearing yet another roar in the distance, you realize you need to get the supplement to Mar so you can investigate the sound together.
Alright. Let's find out what a horrible thing probably happened to Mar while we were doing all this.
Here to stay the night? The innkeeper asks the moment you set
Rest
foot in the
first.
inn. Mar lies listlessly upon the bed, looking somewhat haggard.
I was honestly half expecting Mar to not be here and to have, like, the headman, the mayor of the town, like, cooked him or something while we were gone.
You help Mar sit up. "Drink this, Mar," you say to him gently. He weakly opens his mouth, and you slowly pour the energy concentrate inside. Mar abruptly bolts up and turns his head toward you with a puzzled look. It looks like Mar is all better now. You give Mar a tight hug. Mar mewls softly in discomfort. Overcome with joy, you sob and stroke Mar's head. Melanie and Ridis watch you two with a smile. Bruno is deeply moved to see nutrition bringing a smile to others. With this, you can finally put the happenings of that strange village behind you. You decide to take Bruno back to Shoreland, then continue your search for the dragon.
Okay. I definitely feel like they're setting us up. Something bad is going to happen. I thought it was going to be there.
You arrive at Bruno's house. Though he seems to want to adventure a little more, he reluctantly enters his house. You ask Oreo if he knows anything about the monster behind that mighty roar. He says that the creature nests atop a tower not far from town. With that, your next destination is decided. Here, you will part ways with these two, but you owe a great deal to the nutritionist and his son. Bruno looks at you, his eyes begging you to let him come along. What will you say? Let us defeat the dragon together, you say to him. You are sure his power and knowledge will come in handy against the beast. And you realize with a grin, he will be so happy just to come along that he will not want a share of the reward. Bruno is happy he can continue the journey, but Oreo stops him before he can get carried away. You must stay here and study, Oreo says. Bruno explains that the journey thus far has taught him the splendor of nutrition, and he now wishes to travel the world to deepen his knowledge. After hearing his son out, Oreo suddenly removes his glasses. And in the blink of an eye, the flesh of Bruno's cheeks, pectorals, and abdomen recess. And Bruno is lifted off his feet with a dull roar. Your eyes go wide at Oreo's assault, which was too fast for your eyes to catch. Knowledge of nutrition can help save lives, but also strike down enemies, Oreo says softly. Wow, nutrition is incredible, Ridis marvels, not putting too much thought into the events before her. Knowledge is the true power. You tremble, never wanting to make an enemy of Oreo. Though Oreo still deems his son's knowledge insufficient, he tells him to travel the world and surpass him someday. Thank you, Father, Bruno says from the ground, moved to tears by the strength of Oreo's knowledge. So it comes to pass that you journey to the tower with Bruno to find the roaring beast. Yet another colorful character.
Oh, another chapter already? Yeah, these chapters are going by pretty quick. Yes, journey. In Jacario's subside story. Journey to here.
We have finally arrived at the Tower of Legend. Is everyone ready? You ask with a posed look. Bruno is the first to respond. But this is just an old lighthouse, he remarks, oblivious to your sudden embarrassment. Riddis snorts to herself, seeing you red in the face from jumping to conclusions.
Unless there's one more here. But I don't know why they'd be placed here in the middle of all of them. I guess this is all the playable characters. He'll tell you men keep nutritional secrets to avoid disclosing his formula, but he'll note it's nothing like the Ivory Order's medicine. Room is, though, that boogers are involved.
Was lucky. It appears this sturdy door has a magic seal on it. Unfortunately, it is out of her realm of expertise. Riddis rolls up her sleeves and shouts, "Open Sesame!" You swear you have heard these words somewhere before. You all watch in silence as the door stays shut. You snort to yourself, seeing Riddis red in the face. Bruno exhales deeply, then places both hands on the door. He pushes with all his might, his breath labored, chest heaving, sweat dribbling. And it opens. It seems the magic seal could not protect the door from the physical might of your most stalwart companion. This is the power of power, Bruno pants, but you promptly ignore him and enter the tower.
Okay, I thought maybe there was a basement you could go to.
Don't hold back.
Completely unnecessary, but
About the enemy. was lucky.
Best kind of paralysis, the kind that kills them.
Fortune favors the...
So she's just eventually gonna have resistance to all elements, it looks like.
Nice work.
Death paralysis. So I wonder if it's just coincidence or if you can actually see when it's going to be a crit on the ones where there's a dice roll when you roll max on the die. Because the last couple of times I've rolled max on the die, it turned out to be a crit. But I'm not sure if that's a coincidence. Alright, so how many floors is this tower? Interesting layout. Yeah, let's see if this is a crit. It is.
That was lucky. Good work.
I don't think any of us do water damage.
And fight. Foolish humans. Did you come here to consign the drops of salvation to oblivion? The monster asks. It sounds like he is saying something important, but you do not understand it in the slightest.
I mean, Bruno is dumb as dirt. He's not gonna know what she's talking about. Ridis would probably only know if it was like something of the forest. Other than that, like other than her elf stuff, she's kind of ditzy. So let's assume Melanie knows about something called the Drops of Oblivion.
Melanie is so absorbed in thinking about the creature's words, she cannot hear you calling her. Ridis has given up on thinking and whistles an offbeat melody to herself. You have made a poor choice. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks. Nice work.
Oh, wrong one. I wanted to do attack. Damn it. She got a full party heal. Alright, let's see what's in the middle. Don't mind if I do.
You did great.
More bots. Okay, so he got a bigger single target heal, and she and Ridis got a party heal. 15 dark damage. Oh, so that's not even like a factor of her attack or anything, just 15 straight up. Dex against Curse.
Your footing suddenly crumbles, with no way of saving you once more from the bottom.
Okay, so it's just a treasure chest in here, but you can only get it from the bottom.
Don't hold back. Something glimmers on the floor. Melanie suggests it might be money.
I'm not sure about these skills that they're getting right now that are just flat amount of damage. I assume when we start coming up against enemies with really high defense, those will probably be good, but right now they seem to kind of lowball the damage.
You are instantly upon the shining object, picking it up. Melanie asks why you have such a fixation with money. We were poor, so you begin. Then remember being serious isn't in your character. Leaving your past a mystery, you quickly throw aside the shiny piece of glass and move on. Good work.
Yeah, because 3 to do 25 damage feels like lowballing. But, like I said, if there's enemies that just have a ridiculous amount of defense, and this 25 damage is, like, guaranteed to where it's gonna ignore defense and just do 25 flat up, that would be good. But yeah, that seems like not enough damage for 3 gems worth. I will take the group heal for 2. Yeah, I don't know that we need a 30-point heal yet. I haven't come across anything that hits that hard compared to our defense. But I can take some time to heal her up over the next few encounters.
You lose your footing. You stumble, falling 3rd time's the charm.
I didn't even know you could walk off. So that was a max roll that wasn't a crit. So before it was all coincidence before.
Collapses beneath your feet. You fall together. It seems like you can return to the floor you were just on, but only once. What will you do? You are assailed with a sudden dizzy spell and feel your consciousness fading. You realize that you're back at the entrance of the floor. That dreadful falling feeling in the pit of your stomach must have been your imagination.
Well, in that case... Nice work. You did great. Oof, no paralysis.
Nice
kill.
work. Congrats.
Ah, eyes are itchy as hell. Oh,
And fight.
well, since he won't let me, since he just covered up his weakness quite a bit. $36 points hitting its weakness when it had 1 HP left. Periodically restore 5 HP to target for 3 turns. Oof. Full damage, nice.
You did great.
Another mid-boss.
Have you savages no mercy? The dragon's heart and body have already been reduced to naught, it says. It sounds like he is saying something profound, but you do not understand it in the slightest. Bruno silently compares his muscles against the monster's, then grins proudly to himself, the obvious victor. Melanie considers the words, but cannot seem to concentrate, with the oppressive heat radiating from Bruno's sweltering pose. You feel your eye twitch, realizing that your comrades may be the death of you. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks. Don't hold back. Fortune favors the bold. Though the battle is over, you cannot stop thinking about what those monsters were saying. Come on, we have to defeat that dragon, Melanie says assuredly. Why are you so obsessed with defeating the dragon? You ask her. She explains that her mother was killed by the dragon. She did not say any more, but her hatred for the beast was clear in her eyes.
Alright, no weird crap in the middle this time.
You hear the roar again. It seems to be coming from the upper levels. Mar mules, as if in response to the creature's growl. Enamored by the adorable noise, you pet Mar on the head. You're obsessed, Melanie remarks snidely, but looks at you two as if wanting to pet Mar too. It sounds like the roaring beast is close.
No poison.
Congrats.
That's a new enemy. Yeah.
Fortune favors the bold.
Let's see if it's weak to electricity. A lot of things in this place have been. Nope. Oh, it is. Never mind. It is. Considering it's a turtle, I'm surprised its defense wasn't higher. And we're on the roof. Let's see what's up here.
The door before you is shut quite tightly. It appears to have a keyhole. The magical key may be of use here. You insert the magical key into the hole and turn. You hear the lock come undone with a loud clank. The dragon may be just ahead. Now we slay the dragon for riches. On your demotivating words, everyone proceeds through the doorway.
No, at least it didn't miss. Minimum damage.
Congrats.
There's the Dargan. Alright, so we should be all full health when we go to the dragon.
You did great.
Alright, let's do it.
You have finally arrived. Before you stands the dragon you have been searching for. More assassins, the dragon sighs weakly. Whether or not the beast is weak, you care not. You muster up your courage and shout, "Prepare yourself, you big lizard." But the dragon's roar sends your bravery flying with the wind. Your legs tremble in fear. But no matter how scared you are, the dragon will not wait.
No, just play it safe. I don't know if it's weak to bolt or not. No, it's not weak to bolt. Alright, finish him off.
We shall strike you down, you exclaim, slashing out while cheering on your comrades. But at that moment...
Is this where the Ivory Order assholes show up? Oh no, it's him.
Vince appears. Its wounds healed, the dragon looks more lively than before. You, too, would be troubled without this dragon, he says, standing in your way. Stop spouting nonsense, the normally collected Melanie shouts. It seems Melanie has lost her composure before her mother's killer. She unleashes a fireball imbued with her hatred. But it is repelled by the dragon's tough scales. And the dragon returns the favor by spewing fire from its mouth. You seem to stand no chance against the revitalized dragon. Melanie looks distressed. Vince climbs atop the beast's back. The flapping of the dragon's wings sends forth one wind blast after the next. Stay out of this, Vince commands, then flies off toward the western sea. You worry for Melanie, who has been burnt badly by the dragon's fire. I can't get up, she whispers weakly. Drink this, Bruno instructs, offering her a small bottle. It will help you regain your strength. Bruno claims he drinks it every day. It is a recipe from his father, that of a custom supplement. Make her drink it already, you cry, your panicked expression urging Bruno to give Melanie the supplement. Melanie has a bad feeling about it, but downs it all in a single gulp. And suddenly regains her strength. At ease with her recovery, you descend the tower. The ocean spreads out before you to the west, whither the dragon went. Return to shoreland in search of a boat to pursue the dragon. When you return, Oreo approaches. It seems like something has happened to the town. He says a raging wind blew through and destroyed the town. You surmise the flapping of the dragon's wings is to blame. You explain that you need a boat to go after the dragon, and Oreo's look turns grim. Sensing there may be a problem, you quickly make your way to the wharf. A violent wind strong enough to send a ship flying. The knight trembles in fear of the dragon's power. You explain that you are unable. Clearly saddened by the news, she explains that she keeps the medicine on hand for her husband. She laments that she may not have. Unsure if you made the right choice, you return to your journey with a heavy heart. Despite the damage from the violent winds, he seems hopeful that the fish will return, now that the thunderous growls have stopped.
Alright, well, that's where we end for today. We had our first fight against the dragon. And now we have to chase it down now that it's all healed up. Where was the save? I know it has autosave, but wasn't there a manual save too? Oh, data. There we go. So we went from chapter 2 to I'm guessing we're probably right at the end of chapter 5. I have a feeling once we go talk to some more people, we'll be in chapter 6. So we did like 3.5 chapters today. It's not bad. Which the first day we did the demo and then chapter 1 and half of chapter 2. I don't know how many chapters there are. But it feels like we're making pretty good progress. We just fought the dragon. I haven't finished the chapter that happened, but I have a feeling I'm right. Like maybe a couple more conversations away from jumping into the next chapter, which means we'll be in chapter 6. Like I said, I don't know how many there are, but we did like 3.5 chapters today. I feel like we're making pretty good progress. Actually, let's take a look. Quick search. How many chapters are there? Oh wow, we're almost done. Apparently this is only 7 chapters. I think this might be shorter than the 20. This might be shorter than the 20 hours it was like listed as. Josie, you couldn't wait a couple more minutes. I'm already getting off stream. Come on. Yeah, according to the FAQ, there's only 7 chapters. Oh, there's yeah. I mean, as short as the game is, yeah, I'll probably do the post game. But even then, we're probably only like two streams at most away from being done with it. Which I guess if it does no, because even then, I spent like half of the first stream doing the demo. So even if it does manage to last another full 2 streams, that'll still only be like 18 hours. Like I knew it was short, but I thought it was like 20, like around 20. It's even shorter than I thought. But that's okay. It's fun. Honestly, I kind of hope that maybe some of the fights could be a little bit harder. Because the game is pretty easy. But I mean, that's Square. I sure as fuck didn't pay $40 for it. How much did I pay? Where was... Like... I know there's receipts in Steam. Okay, so I got all 3 Voice of Cards games for $39. So $13 each? Yeah, so I spent $13 each on them. Yeah. They're fun. They're nice little games. They're I don't think they're worth $40. But that's Square Enix for you. They overprice everything. Like, even if a game is good, you do still have to price it correctly. Like, that was what happened to that most recent Prince of Persia game, from what I understand. Because apparently that new Prince of Persia game was a good Metroidvania, but they were asking way too much for it. Because there's tons of Metroidvanias. Like, there's tons of good indie Metroidvanias out there that are like all like $20 and below. And from what I understand, the Prince of Persia one was good, but they were trying to charge way too much for it, considering, like I said, there's a lot of really good Metroidvanias out there for cheap. Anyway, we'll continue with this tomorrow. I have to deal with a attention-hungry cat. So let me give call-outs and then I'll end for today. So, Ragna, Ludlow, Wabon. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with you while I play. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. Like I said, we'll continue with this tomorrow. Probably 2 more streams before we finish it. Possibly even 1. I don't know. I don't know how fast these last 2 chapters will go. But yeah, 1 or 2 more streams. So I think the next game was my pick. I think it was Blasphemous. Should probably start getting that ready. Make sure I have it downloaded and everything. But yeah. We'll continue with this tomorrow. As for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Yeah, let's just go ahead and go to Kaz. I'm looking around, but trying to look around while I've got a cat covering all my screens. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody.